Da Vinci. I need to plug in my controller. Oh. Controller. Beep! Big squeeze. There we go. On we go! There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. Surfins! My dude! Lost, how's it going? Welcome in, everyone! Wait a minute, let me get, Yo, how's it going, my dude? Thank you for the raid! Welcome in there, Sugo Doggo! We are playing a little bit of Ace Attorney today. How was your stream going? I would have come and hung out, but I didn't get out of bed until about 10 minutes before stream. That's my dude. For anyone joining the raid, my name is Anna. I'm a variety streamer from the UK. We play lots of games here. We're currently doing Ace Attorney during the week, though. Thank you so much for the follow. We're now 5 followers away from 500. Thank you so much. Parasite Eve! Oh shit, I watched Leo play Parasite Eve not that long ago. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. 4 away. 4 away. Oh, we're so close to 500 before the end of December. It's exciting. But yeah, Parasite Eve is fantastic. I watched Leo play it, or Still Shin. Thank you for the follow. I'm happy you already like the Elmo's Poggers. How's it going, Russian Bow? How's it going? But yeah, he played that, and he played, have you ever played Kadolka? Kadolka's a really, really good game that has the same kind of vibe and the same kind of feeling as, Parasite Eve. How did you like the final boss? Have you got to the final boss yet? Because Shin did not like the final boss. We could say Shin did not like the final boss very much. Going good? I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. Yes, we are doing Ace Attorney, so there's going to be a lot of talking, which is good because I can talk a lot. I am a very chatty person. We talk quite a lot here. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good day. Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh ho, oh ho ho, oh ho ho ho, oh ho 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 ho, ho 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 ho. You could indeed describe it that way. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. No, wait, I missed a comma there. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Oh my god, that's a big stack. Joe Dark killings. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh what? Now that I bought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! No! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Okay. Sadly, I have stolen Wanted from many people, it seems. I managed, even though Wanted's only been here a couple months, I managed to be in his top 4 streamers. Or maybe that's just because I don't have many people come to my streams or something. I don't know. But I have stolen Wanted. He is mine. There's only 1 or 2 places he's allowed to go over me. Oh, and I dropped my controller without saving. Amazing. He is my possibly Croatian, maybe Welsh person. There's a lot of lore surrounding Wanted now. Nowadays. Wait a minute, I need to sort this out. Boop, boop. Courtroom number 9. There's the edgy dumpy. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. The alcoholic. Aaron Black. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English. Talk English to me, mate. Day of the crime, oh no, here we go. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. He could get fired for this. I didn't do my job and someone died. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks and the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Day of the crime. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the records. When we watched the video of the security camera in that room, it was the most terrifying thing in the world. It was exhausting. Serpents, my dude, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it so much. You brought me so much closer to my goal of 500 followers by the end of the month. I love you. Hopefully I will get out of bed to see your stream at some point. I just struggle to get out of bed in the mornings. I am not a morning person anymore. But have a good lurk. Thank you so much. Get some good rest, buddy. You interred them. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual was recorded. Tapes had to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. Oh shit, nice! I might be able to make it to some of the day streams. I literally am just very, very bad at getting out of bed in the mornings. I had stuff to do and things that I wanted to, you know, get done this morning, and I didn't. Go and get some sleeps? Yeah, give Viv some pets. Give all the pets some pets. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Then I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. Right. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, I can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Right. My big braining of this. My thinking around this. What if this was planned by Angel? Well, by all 4 of the detectives on the case. So Angel, Marshall, Goodman, and Gann. And Marshall was in the evidence room pretending to die, whilst Goodman was in the parking lot being dead, and they set up Lana to take the fall for Goodman so they can get the court case back in court so that we could look at it, because we were proven to be able to solve cold cases. That is my theory. That is my running theory right now. Hello, Sean. How's it going? How's RuneScape going? So, the 4 detectives from back then set this all up so that they could get Lana on the stand with us defending her, so that me and Edgeworth can figure out who was the actual killer in the Dark Killings. He's doing a quest, nice. I know you're obsessed with it, Sean, and everything, but are you working tomorrow? Are you free tomorrow at all? Other than your RuneScape obsession, maybe a little free? Maybe a little bit. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that Parlous Vongole sepia pasta. You're not sure, to be honest, that's fair. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not old desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually what Edgeworth says. Did you not want to raise this year? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from everyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. I have a trump card? I have a trump card? Oh! Oh, wait! Which one am I going to use it on? Because it's going to be... We're proving that he's... He did go in there though, right. Right, what does he say when I do this? Okay. Right, I think it's that one. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Oh. Fuck my life! Sorry. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Well, it's definitely the prince, right? It's definitely the prince. So that's when you take part in security. If I remember right, I was a street side saloon. Right, I'm gonna try this one then. It's definitely the fucking prince! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you've been called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. And blood! Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. My head is literally on my shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Wait! The witness' explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Wait, how does he know? How does he know he was wearing gloves? No one said he was wearing gloves. And not just that. Isn't the murderer in this case meant to be Meekins? I know we kind of proved there's no proof that anyone died. Oh my god, that's something to say. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even ever knowing it. Right. So then, oh, fuck's sake me. Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker was covered with my fingerprints, it just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Homonyms. How did you know? How do you know that? Thank you! I may be a loner, but I still do my job and keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture. This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video was the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's positions, they could leave the room without being captured on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please show us. Do we have anything that shows that? Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at that video. Show us this incriminating evidence. This is so creepy! I hate this video! Like the creepiest thing in this whole game. Okay, solid. The music makes it so creepy. Oh shit! Wait. Yeah, I can fast forward now. What? Oh, I see! Guys, I get it. Before coming over here to respond. But it's so well done. It's so well done, though. Like, the music, this guy, like, Meekin's creeping around the corner. It's just so creepy and so well put together. There. Take that! One of my favorite bands. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. The little guy. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. He's a badger, by the way. This little guy doing the little dance is a badger. I can dance, obviously. I'm so good at dancing. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! It should seem that this— Hold your horses! Sorry, partner, you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. You say I opened that locker and I'll prove it. That. Wait, no. That. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. But what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Oh, he's eating jerky. Nice. The Blue Badger. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! No! Order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Where was who at the time of the crime? Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. Oh wait, I've just noticed I've got the sun coming in my camera. You can't even see me. It's not even the sun, it's a window in the back that's caught the sun. One of my neighbours in the back has got the sun reflecting. I was a bit of a sunburst for a second. Here? What was I being asked? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video was Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Meekins didn't look at the face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would be blown. Officer Meekins would have realised the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as a victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Yes, you've mentioned it twice now. You are complaining about it, Marshall. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Go on, Edgeworth, you've got this. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I should look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it is being. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. It's the coat! The fact that white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. It's the coat! Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness opened the locker. This is so creepy. So, it's the coat. It's gonna be because the coat is covered in blood. I got that, you know, I've got that. I've got the point. Beep, 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 beep. Wait, yeah, there. No, yeah. Can I can. Whee! There? For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yeah? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. We did it! We figured it out! Well, we figured that bit out. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell a quote what you did, all of it. Alright, it seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Meekins' hand. Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Maybe he's just a spurter, you know? When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SO9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? Hey, Dogma! Get some good rests! When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And a detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that lock yourself. But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. How did we not notice he'd had a knife this whole time? I'm gonna stick a pillow behind me. That might help with my back. I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... I managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on camera. So, you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and you struggled with Officer Meekins. If someone was in his security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day... Phoenix, probably. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I just can't forget the SL9 incident. You know why? That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. His brother got killed, or a family member got killed. Witnesses? Alright. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. Called it. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. I still think that Goodman was killed there. Because the evidence was missing. So I think Goodman went there to do something similar maybe, and was killed. Maybe Marshall wasn't part of this, but I still think the bulk of my theory is correct. I think Goodman was murdered in there. Maybe that's why Meekins was there. Maybe Gant knew what was going to happen, kind of, and put Meekins there to stop or to frame Marshall or something. I still think Goodman was murdered by his locker, and that's why the stuff is missing. I'm still going with that theory. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. How'd you notice both marshals when they grouped black and white photo around the planning table? Yes, I did notice that. Goodman, Lana, 2 marshals. Wait, so Gant wasn't there? Was it Gant missing from that picture? Chance. It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime: Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident in the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. The testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg! I rest my case! It seems this trial was reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Yeah, like when it popped up, like in my... Sometimes I feel like I say things and I don't, but in my head I was there like, oh, so he was there. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it! Emma! Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh, he's sweet! Look at him! I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Oh boy! Time's up now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? This handprint left at this crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at the floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something... Wait, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plan? What does the floor plan look like? Is this a floor plan? That's a parking lot floor plans. The floor plans, guys, the floor plans, you know? Oh, wait. I mean... It's a floor plan. Okay. Okay. I need to engage my brain and make sense with the things I'm saying. So it's not necessarily going to be a thing that you'd put on a floor plan, but it is missing our boy here. Who... Wait, have we ever checked his face? Because he's got a fingerprint on his face. Exactly. Gotta be this boy, right? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when you put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Oh, he's very close to the locker. Well, what? Gasp! That's right, so long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on that locker. What? Wait, though! He walked behind the... Wait, no, I don't get that. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my court. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Yeah! Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in security tape has been proven to be fake. However, it does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you propose really happened, when did it happen? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? I need to stop pressing the button. To summarize, defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? So if he died between 4 and 5, was it? His death? Between 4 and 5:30. And there's a 77777. So did he get a replacement card? And that's why there's ID in there. That's like 7777777. Hey everyone now! How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see. If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong. Huh? If hurt was an acceptable excuse, you wouldn't need police. When was the blue badge brought there anyway? Don't have a chart. Oh, for fuck's sake. It was just the thing I was on. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? For fuck's sake, it was actually just a bit of paper! Jesus Christ, Anna, why are you an idiot? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh. The ID card record. There's a fire in this building! Go. Well, I'm happy to hear he was nice enough that he was worried about you before he left. I hope he got out okay. I'm hoping he's okay. I'm guessing he is. Officer Meekins brought the blue badge panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Respect will be okay, but it's like priorities. To be fair, whilst his life is a priority, it's nice that a doctor thought his patient's well-being was the priority, you know? He got up to see something, came back, and a few minutes later told me that they wanted to evacuate. There's only one other card number remaining, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out his ID number is 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority if an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question, yes? No, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive, Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. It's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Huh? Lana, I become a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator, in that crime in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. I'm with the judge on this one. Wide-eyed surprise. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Nice. No! Exactly, just no. Right. Let me put my phone on to charge. I like to keep my phone on stream just in case my chat dies, so I can always see you nerds, no matter what. You know? Also, I haven't actually stuck it on. Oh no, it is still on the internet. Good. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and Co. offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I'm nerd, yes. I didn't know. I never knew that this SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with these killings, Emma? And the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh, so that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It literally says it in the notes! We read it! She's been yelling next to me at breakfast. That I figure out. Oh, nice. We've decided that Scooby is like a magic reindeer or something at the minute. Everywhere he goes, no matter what day it is, he's leaving little white footprints. And we have no idea where these little white footprints are coming from. Laying on your shoulder and chest, that's cute. Princess, my old cat, used to like that. She used to sit on my mum's shoulder and chest. I just made her sit at the end of my bed. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. We weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? I mean, provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She'd become cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. No, that's fine, 1L. There's not many people who, in a time of emergency, would be like, no, I need to make sure this person's okay first, and then I'll get out. Like, if you had to point out a perfect response to something like that from a doctor, that is what you would expect from a doctor. Not that I'm saying I'd want doctors to put their lives in danger for other people, because obviously, in an ideal world, they'd be fine. But a doctor is meant to, first and foremost, care completely and utterly about the patient. So the fact that he was more worried about you than getting out of the building shows that he's just a fantastic doctor. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, he must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Anna's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Right. Detention center. Look, Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SO9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Yes, talk to me. Get that work done, 1L. We believe in you. We know you've got this. A lot of revelations were uncovered in the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. But all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor, what happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to this resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Oh hell yeah, 1L! Talking of lunch, I should eat the other half of my sandwich. Let's use this as a moment to eat. Or a moment for me to eat, at least. You've only got 1 day left until your holidays, right, Watered? Oh, nice. I'm happy to be able to help. I get it though, like... Sometimes you just kind of get stuck. And you know you should be doing something and you want to start it up. But you just physically can't come into the mindset to do it. So even if you go to do it, you just end up staring into space and not doing it. Still no one near being resolved. I've spent many days there, yeah. Like for me, obviously, because I don't have work or anything at the minute. I'm trying to get into the mindset of I'm gonna wake up at like 6:30 to 7 AM and then try to get out of bed before 8 AM and then like 8 AM until 11 is gonna be like my me time to get me hyped for the day. So I'm gonna play whatever game it is that I'm, you know, playing. I'll watch some YouTube, I'll do whatever I want to do. Then I'll have my lunch break and at 1 o'clock, if it isn't one of my stream days when I start stream at 1, I'm going to work on a YouTube video. And it's kind of worked this week. it's kind of worked. I haven't got out of bed on my 2 stream days, but, like, I finished the F1 video on Monday, and obviously that's up on YouTube and everything now. So the F1 video got finished, and now I'm 50% already on a second video that I might possibly be able to get out this weekend. Bearing in mind, I think I've only made like 3 or 4 videos this year. The fact that in a week, this thing that I've been like testing out has managed to get me 2 fucking videos, maybe? Depending on my depression tomorrow. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, holiday times are really tough, 1L. Really, really tough. We have to go to the page gym time at 8 AM. I think that's what it was, like, in my head, I'm kind of like, if I get up at this time, I don't do anything in the morning, so I then have this whole time that I can make myself, like, I say make myself, I do need to, like, force myself to do things, because it's not so much that I don't want to do them, it's my depression makes me think, wow, you could just sit here and stare at this wall instead, and then 5 hours have gone past and I've just been staring at the wall, you know? So, like, forcing myself kind of to, get up and do something I know I'm going to enjoy. When it comes to, like, my lunch, I can go and get something to eat, and when I come back, I'm like, right, I've done something with my day, now I can do some work. Exactly. Like, my videos aren't gonna do, my videos aren't gonna do very well, I know that. I'm not very good. I need to upgrade my PC long before I think about, you know, being able to make decent videos. DaVinci is so difficult to use when your computer's underpowered. But, like, I'm really actually kind of proud of my F1 video, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be super proud of this one. I'm doing a Pajama Sam video. So in the next week, there's gonna be a video out about Pajama Sam, and I'm really proud of it already. Oh yeah, no, I get that solid. Like, I always like, when I've done something, I want to be able to see it. I think that's the one thing I liked about working in retail. Whilst it was boring being on, like, tills and stuff, when I worked for the British Heart Foundation, when I spent, like, a whole day organising the warehouse or making up, you know, shop floor, settings with the furniture and stuff, or when I was at Lidl's, when I was, like, you know, sorting something out or something, at the end of it, even if it took too long or whatever, I could look at it and go, I did that, that's what I did today. When it's something that, like, you can't look at and be like, that's it, that's what I've done, you kind of sit there and you're like, oh, mentally, I'm just done, and I don't feel like I've got that, you know, rush at the end of being able to say, that's what I've done. Got stuck in games or streams? That's fair. See, that's the sad thing, is, like, I would like to spend the time I spend disassociating, being able to focus and being in streams and stuff, because at least then I'd feel like I've been social, or I've watched something. When you've sat there and you've done literally nothing for 5 hours, it feels so bad. It feels so bad. Thank you, Warted. I am very, very proud of it. Wait a minute, I haven't even looked to see how well it's done today. I'm gonna have a sneaky look and see if it did any numbers overnight. Up to 36 views! That's quite good for my videos. That's pretty good. Up to 30 subscriptions. Subscriptors on YouTube. I still love the fact that my favorite line from that video was the line I made about Sergio Perez, when I was like, he's a second driver, and that's what he needed to do. He's the second driver, and Hawk picked up on it and loved it too. That made me so happy. Yo, Punky, how's it going? It's so quiet in here. Where are you? Aren't you glad I didn't comment first? One day it'll happen. One day. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for a questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. You're in the office? Can you put, like, some music on or something? Well, I mean, you're here now. I'm not fucking quiet. You know I'm not gonna be up quiet. I'm a fucking big mouth. I'll keep you awake. Sorry, I've now been distracted by a bunch of things. Well, I'm not gonna read what Avia sent me. Not because I don't care, but I can't read that right now. I will read that after stream. Get to use the laptop with Twitch, that's fair. I'm back to say hey, hi. Yeah, one else being swamped by kitties. Hope your office hasn't had hearing malfunctions. I like hearing malfunctions better. So it sucks. That sucks. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. Dark that day. Oh my god. I read every single thing in that room. Ah. Well, without going into too much detail, because as I said, I don't really understand American laws and stuff. I do hope something can come of everything, and you don't, like... I mean, it's hard when you're going to a new place, when you've had everything that's happened to you happen, and, like, you're on those medications to help you get through that stuff, and you feel you can't talk to anyone in your new job about it. I get that that's going to be really tough, but I believe in you. You're very, very good at your job, and when you get into doing your job, they will see that you're very, very good at your job. Because you are very, very good at your job, you know? Like, you didn't leave the last place because of anything to do with you. You left it because they didn't value you. And that was their mistake, you know? Sadly, you have to just bounce back from what happened yesterday. And I know you will. I know you will. Given a day or two, it's hard when something bad happens. For example, this is on like a much lower scale thing, but just to share my embarrassment of yesterday, I was recording myself doing my voiceover for the Pajama Sam video, and I accidentally pressed start streaming. And it took me a good 20 to 30 minutes to stop it being there like, I'm an idiot, I did this wrong, you know, everyone's gonna laugh at me. Who was actually there? Who saw me go live? Who saw me talking to myself? You know, before I ended up doing it. Like, mine didn't have any consequences because it was just me being an idiot. But when you scale it up to what happened to you, when you give it like a couple days, you'll be fine again, Punky. You'll be fine. And then this time next year, when you think about it and you've been in the job for a year and they know how good you are at your job, you're gonna laugh and be like, haha, remember that time I fell asleep and got in trouble? Well, fuck that, because now I'm perfectly fine and everyone knows I'm amazing at my job, you know? The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked, so he waited until Gant and Marshall let the guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was finding some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in SL9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. But what are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark in the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be, oh, for fuck's sake, why do I keep doing that? But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 PM. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. People are often so exhausted. Yeah, Punky's on medication that make her a little bit on the sleepy side. As like it's different here because whilst shit happens because people are just shitty people, like you genuinely have discrimination laws that mean that they can't discriminate against you if you have medication and stuff. And from like, even though I had problems with Littles when I left, and most of them weren't really to do with them, but my manager and, you know, the company themselves were alright. Like, right from the beginning, they were very accommodating for everything to do with my mental health problems. Like, right from the beginning. I never had a problem with them with that kind of stuff. Look, a door. I know, this is just the same thing. I don't think I'm gonna find any more evidence, but I need to press buttons. I need to press the buttons. Because the thing is, even, like, in the 2 jobs I've had, when you literally start work, they give you a discrimination booklet to tell you exactly what the discrimination rule is for each company. I don't know anything about cars. I remember that. I'm just gonna click on everything just in case. Just in case. I don't trust it. What don't you trust? The discrimination rules? You still worrying? I mean, mental health is still not super well thought of in the UK, but in my experience, in the West Country at least, no one really judges us for having mental health issues. It's not well funded. It's not like people don't have training for it. But in my experience, a lot of the people I've come face to face with in the areas I've worked in and, you know, around where I've been and the people I've been are very accepting because it's so widespread now, especially in the UK, I think. But I do very much get the feeling that that's completely different in America. Oh, I'm the same. Like, literally 1L. Like, not even just people I work with. Like, I talked to a sooner, like, a couple months back when I was telling him about some of the things that I have. Because, like, you know, I have so many fucking problems. Like, I have so many problems. And I was going through some of them, and he was like, you know what? I don't actually believe half of the things you say you've got sometimes. Because you don't come across as, you know, being the kind of person that has that. And I'm like, yeah. But I'm an adult who, you know, worked my whole life. Like, the reason I had my breakdown and I'm now agoraphobic is because I, you know, learned to put a mask on and pretend I was fine. And I wasn't fine. And it, you know, drove me insane. You have 2 hands again? Nice. And I've had it before because I come across as a very friendly person. No one really believes that I've got, like, social anxiety, and I'm like, you can have social anxiety and be a people person. They're not mutually exclusive things, you know? Social anxiety doesn't mean you don't like people. It means that you are bad at communicating with people, which is usually down to the fact that I'm autistic, so I do not know how to communicate with people. You're saying something happened because of work? I don't remember what I was saying. I don't remember what I was saying, if I'm honest with you. I just ramble. Right. There's nothing new in here. I didn't think there was gonna be. I didn't think there was gonna be anything new, but I thought I'd check just in case. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in the court today. He was planning on admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. I'm not going to examine his room, though. I don't think there's going to be anything new in Edgeworth's room. Police department entrance. Oh, there's Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Q-Sera, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did you prospectus head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Yo, Dogma, good morning! How are you doing? How was work? Did you have, did the meat come in yesterday? Because the meat was meant to come in yesterday, wasn't it? The meat that didn't come in on Monday. Have a good lurk. Get some work done, one out. You've got this. I believe in you. You're still tired? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Talk to me. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wounded victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SO9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I don't know. I think his brother was much better looking. Definitely finished it out on third. Nice. Well, I'm happy it finally got there because I know that was like a big thing on Monday for you guys. So I'm happy it finally got in. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SO9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second command, Lana Skye. It's the last day of meat for the year. Nice! Burnt you out? That's not so nice, but at least it's the last day. Do you get, like, any time off next week for Christmas, Dogma? There wasn't a person in the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was really different when she was the detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure, I found it out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh. You get Thursday and Friday off next week? Next week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also off Monday. Not again. Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the new year. That sucks. Well, I mean, I say this sucks. I used to have to do that. I used to have to do that, so I understand. It sucks. Best Marshall. I like Marshall. Marshall's sweet. I'm really sad for him. You see, when I worked for the British Heart Foundation, they didn't give us Boxing Day off. Lidl's gave us Boxing Day off because it was a big thing in Germany as well. So as a German company, they always gave it to you off. But the British Heart Foundation, even though we were a second-hand furniture store that didn't sell that much, like we sold things, like we made a lot of money because the furniture was expensive. But it wasn't like we had like 100 people in our store every single day, you know. We'd go days when we'd have hours when no one would come in. Yet they opened us on Boxing Day. So people could come in and buy second-hand furniture on Boxing Day. I don't know. But it was always really annoying because I was the one that ended up working every single fucking Boxing Day. Because as you know, if you're single and you don't have any kids, you have to work every holiday in retail, apparently. Police station, criminal affairs department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Or if you're looking for the others, they're all in your conference room. Wow, thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and a decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for that. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. We're going anyway. Can't get in those Boxing Day sales exactly. Don't miss them. See, this is the thing. I don't miss them. Right, number one, this office. Oh my fucking god. Is he the fucking Phantom of the Opera or something? Number two, I do not miss them. I don't know what I plan on doing when my agoraphobia, like, clears up or when I can work again. But I don't feel like I want to work in retail again. But I'm not qualified to do anything else. So you know what? Wattage, you need to make me a super famous streamer / YouTuber so that I don't have to go out into the workforce again, you know? Oh my god, this office! Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ, that's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Back. I thought I was... For fuck's sake, I'm pressing these buttons. The Phantom of the Opera, exactly. I never could remember where C was.
That's not lucky at all.
Dogma! Stop! You don't need to with the gift subs. Thank you so much. Punky will love that. Because at the minute she can't afford to sub, but she is the biggest fan of the emotes. You will have made her day after what happened to her yesterday. Thank you so much. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gan. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct, and now this provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Dogma is the MVP. We all love Dogma here. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Wait. There's a sword there! I mean, it's there. Is that gonna be it? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the Chief's office. Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Mr. Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean? When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers for recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman one might even take to serial killing. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Then a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjuncture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. I still love him though, guys. Murder maniac. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case is closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Shanks Senpai? On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fibre. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gang. I don't need money. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. There. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something you can show him that would make him change his mind. Let me show you the words. Alright. Oh, wait! Wait! About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? That literally is it! Look! It's right there! It's right there! Right there! I can see it, guys! It's right there! What do I have to do? Hey look, they're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This show was evidence of the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Too many steps because you're dealing with a dumbass. What? You're just making me miss Leo. Alright, there's your hydrate. Hug that nerd. He's the nerd that usually makes me do these things. I like this one. I'm not just using the one I like over and over again, I promise you. But this one is very, very good for my body. Whoa. Here's some bitch cunt fries. That's shuffle working in your favor. Also, Punky, did you see when you're subbed to a channel, you can use their follower emotes anywhere now? So bitch cunt fries can go everywhere with us. Oof. Exactly, I can use Chopper now. Oh. I might go for a pee. Right. Everyone get up and stretch. Everyone go for a pee. Everyone do the things. I will be back in a second. Chopper is cute. That's Leo's. That's Leo's Chopper one. I was there when he made it. I believe I was probably one of the reasons he made it. I probably opened my mouth up. sounded like a car rolling over a chip bag. When you stretch, you're not meant to hurt yourself, buddy. You're not meant to injure yourself with stretching. I'm old. Right. 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 Let's move. Alright. Can we talk to Edgeworth yet? Can we talk to good old Edgy? High Prosecutor's Office Room, 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Well, what are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Can I examine that bit of paper? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this guy's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter's resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. You have to do something! I'll take that, that's mine now. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for the case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to it. Onto that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. She came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh! It's not the vase that they're trying to get me to look at. It's the fact that the sword on it, the broken sword on it, is gone. Alright, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? George Stobert comes out and annoys the fuck out of me? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. In other words, I don't know it. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredited them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. How can you have a piece of a trophy abolished? And he trivializes the matter. That do be how it goes. Oh my god, my hair right now is annoying me. Do you want to look at this vase for me? He doesn't want to. Is that enough to talk to Gumshoe? Excuse me. Oh, she's back. My hair is annoying me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. So I'm waiting till Saturday? Fair. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than when I was with I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a second. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye, my sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. And proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears, huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumours about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position was as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. And that must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Can you tell me more about this? The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Alright. Give me a second, guys. I need to die on... I need to die. You don't need to see that on cam. Me dying. Ah. Can I now show him the picture? Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. No dying stream? That's why I turned the webcam off! There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Right. Let me share a little advice. Maybe it's just like... Oh, wait! No! Wait! Wait! What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you out off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID. Not talk. I want to move. Don't die at all. No, you've got to be a zombie. Well, actually, no. Then you would still be dead. You just need to be, you know, alive forever. Police Department Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Ah! Did she smack him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you are here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here, at first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this thing? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful with what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two, Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SO9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Nice. We found there inside the drawer. A list of evidence. Blah, blah, blah. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. I'll do that in a second. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this pan to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Is it 777? Well, that was simple! Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. It's the number on the ID card. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777, that ID number. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This could only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe. Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. For fuck's sake. There. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of the entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. The music in this is so good. I love the music in this. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. And this is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. Did I get the soundtrack DLC? I didn't, sadly. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. This was Lana's desk for sure. Lana's desk for sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture of here, and then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Now can I present him with this? I'm fine, I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of their shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. That was easy. Press the button. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Is the other bit gonna be just this? That's what the Chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here, yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworthless really was only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back? Whee! Oh! 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 I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. I'm gonna forget about this picture. I can feel I'm gonna forget about this picture. No. So do we have anything that will prove that bit of paper? Eating a salad, doing some code? Nice. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only come here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. So, sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? What do we think of him? I mean, I've been suspecting him. I mean, let's not forget I have suspected him. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. I'm not ignoring you. Right. Can I ask him to fingerprint it? I literally said something along those lines when he showed up. I think it's because I loved him so much and I was like, he's gonna be in the wrong, but he's so lovely. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is. If you want to take some fingerprints. That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints you want to take, huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, heh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's do this. Get this over with. We're gonna powder this up real good. Oh. All of the powder, guys. All of the powder. I gave my best shot. The kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it does look like we'll get clear results from this print. I mean, it doesn't help when an idiot's covering it constantly, you know? It probably doesn't need to be as covered as I'm doing it. There we go! You had to blow it away using the DS mic? I used to love when they had the mic in use, when you had to use the microphone for things. It's not that. It's not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. It's Emma. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gan. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. You also had the option to use the mic in it. Oh my god, that's so cool. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one with the the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Not me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Look, Mr. Wright. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen it, evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get that picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Detention center. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Oh my god. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. You know who it is that's lurking behind your... I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Sick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there's no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. One intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. Do you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Take that!
Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Oh, fuck! No, right, I didn't press the wrong button. Is it this? I just found this in a safe in the chief prosecutor's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you summarized, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can't say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. Apparently work issues have just been resolved? Well, I mean... at least they're resolved, I guess. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. Your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the Chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Right. I'm going to do a quick burp. Give me 2 seconds and I will be back. I will put some music on for you. Yeah, Bob Hawke. I am back. I just needed 2 seconds. I am back. I do be back. Right. Thank you, thank you. Right, so. Is this it? Is this the end? Is this the end of the end? February 25th, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Yes, I have figured it out. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to this SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? It's never the end, 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 it's never the end. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Here he is! Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Chief. Been back up to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Well, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana.
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. While the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation, the request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. But, Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gan. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. No, he's already been, you know, accused of murder once. Oh my god, what am I doing with my headphones? Oh my goodness, headphones plus. There you go. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gan? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Go on, Edgy, you got this. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. My occupation is sister. 2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer, Joe Dark, of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall these events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marsh rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Wait, Mr. Marshall died with it in his back, didn't he? It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with the Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Wait a minute, but she just fired me from the defense, right? Like, she fired me from the defense and went about it herself. So I'm not the defense, right? 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 Frog? I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and this guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day, and Anna promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Garrett's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gann and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gann. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told a detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Is this picture?
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over, turn it... Ah, what's that? Yes, what is this? Hey, that's it. That's a picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only a prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they've been torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? 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 Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in a questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth, it's possible. Let's see. His body and Mr. Rice's signature. Look, it's more Mr. Edgeworth's. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? How has he not in 2 years seen that? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn in the back of my list. It's that thing. The blue badger was already there 2 years ago. How long have they been trying to get the blue badger to be the mascot? Yes, the music again. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Probably because it was treated as an open and shut case, I guess. Huh, oh, yes sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. It doesn't! It shows two shadows fighting each other. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge. Under the direction of Damon Gann and Nana Sky, 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So at that time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. And that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. Wait, no, I wanna... You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture, huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Wait. I said it before, but did he not get stabbed in the back? I'm pretty sure he got stabbed in the back, right? Stabbed in the back. Alright, no. Oh, bless me. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? Where would I be pointing for that? I guess the knife, because he wouldn't have been stabbed at that point. Maybe his body, because it's in the wrong position. But they could always say, well, he could have turned in a split second. Or maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. Maybe it isn't that. She hasn't drawn a knife. This isn't a knife. I mean, I don't know you, but even at 14 years old, I'd draw a fucking knife, right? Like, if this is what she saw, he was stabbed with a ruler. I still say he's stabbed in the back, though. He literally wasn't stabbed in the front. Oh, which one?
Take that!
It's a shovel knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Oh. Well, that's not even what I was going to say. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid it's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. No! Alright, I am just happy I managed to get there somehow, right guys? I'm just happy I somehow managed to stumble on the right answer, because that was not what I was going for. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Bright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Ah! Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gann. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? I don't think Emma's mistaken. Like, I mean, there's bound to be knives in the room, right? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Oh! It's the halberd, the sword from the thing. Sword from the thing. I know words. It's the sword from the thing. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of this award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. No, it's the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. The sword from the thing. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Mumble, 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 mumble. Order, order, order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given his broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in the dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that. That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. This is wild? It's always wild. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Spy. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. The judge is by far one of the best characters. I'm not even gonna lie. He is like stumbling through everything. He was terrified of the prosecutor in the last one. Like, super fucking terrified of the guy in the last one. And he's just baffled all the time. He genuinely just sat there, like, super confused about everything. This trial is such a farce. Have you never played or seen Ace Attorney? Because every trial was a farce. They're all a farce. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. The judge is great, he is great. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see was shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When the Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so then what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? Its winning smile! Alright, Phoenix, alright! That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw that was when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. Oh, wait! It can't be the jug. The jug doesn't look that much like it. I mean, it's got the pointy bits at the side, I guess. I guess if you're a kid and it's dark, that could have looked like it. Right? Right? Someone tell me I'm right. I'm gonna do it. Ah! The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got this... This song! This song is gonna haunt every nightmare I have for the rest of my life. Oh! I kept forgetting there's something on the back. So if we go... like that, right? No, I kind of moved it a little bit. Kind of like this. Wait, look like... No! Like that. Like that. This isn't right. I've got to make it more look like it looked like it! Allow me to remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, cannot accept his claim. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Gotta show them the correct angle. How do I make it look? Is it just upside down? I had to completely restart my phone. I haven't been getting texts. That happened to me a couple times, to be fair. Is it just like this? Ah, there we go. There's the buttons I wanted. Is it just going to be like that? This isn't right.
Objection!
At least I'm not losing any points for this. Like that, maybe? That kind of looks like it, right? It's gotta look like the thing at the top. Kind of like that, maybe? If you got penalized, this would be terrible. Yeah, this would be really hard.
Objection!
No, not quite like that. Alright, alright, alright. Like that.
Take that! Objection!
I don't... This was probably much easier to do. You see what it's saying now? This is probably much easier to do. on its intended console. I don't know, that looks like it. I feel that looks like it. Up a bit more? Like that, maybe? Other way, what with the, whee! I don't think that helps, does it? Oh god. Oh, Jeebus. This is not easy to move either.
Take that! Objection!
Ah. I mean, do they really need me turning this fucking vase over and over again in my hands to prove to them that this looks like it, you know? Can they not just take my word for it? Though now I'm looking at it. It looks like this vase. There? What, this? This vase looks like...
Take that! Objection!
Looks like a Bellsprout that had sex with Mr. Mime's child. Is it genuinely you have to be literally perfect? Because it is. This is so difficult to look at. Wait. Because most of this is from the original games. Oh, so welcome in, Crux. How's it going? How's it going, buddy? Oh my god. I'm literally looking at the picture of what I'm meant to be doing. And it's so hard because it literally looks like how we've done it 100 times. Right. Boop. Boop. But it's like... No. It's like a little bit up. A little bit like that. Maybe a little bit more down. I have looked it up because it's not that I don't know the puzzle. It's that this is just gonna get annoying. Now, how did that look any different to like 20 different ways we've already done it? For this in particular, it warrants it. Yeah, because it's not like you have to get it within a frame rate. They don't have like a frame rate. Like you don't get like a buffer around it. It has to be perfect. Like the perfect placing. So I got it up on my phone. Yeah, that was bullshit. Ah. No one can possibly deny this Josh resemblance to the Blue Badger. I can. I fucking can. Wait a minute, let me swap this out now. Fling's console. It's dumb how precise it wants to be. Exactly. I feel it would have been easier on DS in general. But, like, you can't deny that I did that within inches of itself, like 3 or 4 times. As you said, if they actually penalized me for that, it would have been bullshit. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? You were very close several times, yeah. So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon? Or the murderer? I mean, it's scroll wheels on the DS version. Fair. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar shown in this picture, taken on the day of the crime, is on a shelf in the office of Damon Gans. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified to that. Rotate is half a centimetre, night time. Gasp! It can't be! Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was standing on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who's knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea I messed that up and then pressed the button. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, she killed him. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! No! Thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Did she not just faint? What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Humph. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. Huh? You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean a possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. If only we can communicate with the dead. Bring back Mia! Where is Mia? Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Well, it's going to be the pot, right? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely... Oh, yeah, alright. You can see faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is those dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
The blue bad jar.
The blue bad jar, exactly. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect those points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances, his murderer's name. Okay, but I have a question. Why would he... So, when all this happened, the murderer ran in, try to kill Emma. Emma then... Are we saying that Emma is the serial killer? Or are we just saying she killed this guy? You know. Because if we're just saying she killed Marshall, right? That was an accident. Why would he be hell-bent on making sure people know that she was the one that killed him if it was an accident? Right? I don't understand. I do not understand what we're trying to prove here, other than who killed... There we go. And then down here. I do like dots though. Alright, that was just that. Boop. Up there. Boop. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. It's from Andy, EMA? What? Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gang, you understand the implications of what you've done. What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Eat my ass? I thought he was saying it was eat ass go. Or am I thinking of something completely different? Ah, yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. You're dead? Ugh. Ugh.
Objection!
Eat Ass Go came from Indy's channel? Yeah, that's Andy. Inday is Andy. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. I mean, a Texan probably would just be murdered and then put, you know, eat my ass on a jar. I could see a Texan doing that. He more often says eat my ass. I have to admit, I haven't been in his streams for quite a long time. Like, I've lurked in them, but I haven't paid much attention. I knew there was eating ass. I do remember that. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. It was originally meant to be eat ass, go fast. This brought out all the lurkers. Ass always brings them out. It always does. I heard Texan and came out of my office hole. See? That's why Punky came here. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial was headed, no one knows. To be continued. Boo, 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 boo. Nice. You seem to enjoy your therapy. It seems to be working well for you. Right, I'm going to put some music on because I need to go to the toilet. But, there's no music on the save page. So I'm not going to change thingy, but I'm not going to leave you in silence either. So I'll put some music on. Was something he was trying to enter as a password in one of the Resident Evils, I think. And eat, ass, go was all that would fit. Yeah. You can't see me my reaction to that. But I've got a look on my face. A look. You know, a Just a But I'll be back in a second. I need to go pee. Real fucking bad. Oh. I'm back! $21% to go. We have to stop because you'll have to leave for work soon. Fair, fair. Thank you, thank you. This is a long course you're getting there, though. I'm proud of you. You're doing it. You're doing it, buddy. Do 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 do. Alright. We don't need that. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Dancing ninjas in the background. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. You know of the Dancing Ninja? I do not know of the Dancing Ninja, no. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective, huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you are unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more. You check it out later. He looks like he's dancing to everything. Any sock, he's all... Fair, I'll have to have a look. You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it all to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honour. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honour. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defence to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Oh, but I like Grandad. Why does Grandad have to be the bad guy? Grandad's so nice when he's not murdering people, you know? I can't believe we have to tell Grandad off. Lord Demon, I mean Damon. You know, it wasn't lost on me that his name was Damon, you know.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in a courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Grandad! Why did he so obviously have to be the bad guy? Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. I can be both. I can be both. Before we go on, I was told to read this. I thought there was going to be a lot to read. It's just the two things I already know. Because I'm guessing this is it, right? This is going to be it. Like, in general, the way you get everyone off the case is that the police department are in charge of the evidence. And you can't use any evidence that the police doesn't accept. Like, from the moment they gave me that book, I realized that was what was going to put, or save Edgeworth, at least. Because, like, they can say it's the prosecutor's fault, but the prosecutor can't do anything until the police give it to them. I'm guessing. The why in the world you'd blame the prosecutors in real life, I do not know. Right. You are aware, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neo and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Anna Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. Right. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neo and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say, got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Why is she all about this granddad? Stop! That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. As apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. That means... You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. She is saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Removing a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're gonna stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link him to the incident. Well, that's easy. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that this is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badge you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Dan, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Do you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? You me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Earl? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Pay to work? Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They're gonna go swimming together. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later, what are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Grr, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. I mean, to be fair, he isn't wrong, right? Like, we did break in. We did break in. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act would necessarily constitute for a forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. We didn't break anything, true. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito, think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Read, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SO9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Knocks over vase and stops? Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? He must have. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Yes, a nice person! Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant might have helped forge evidence? Well, it'd be Lana. And it's going to be Lana because that means if he helps Lana, he's got the chief prosecutor in his back pocket, right? Right. That's where I'm going. Chief prosecutor, Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gam, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor of the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gam. But, how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. That was a good reaction. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gam. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the actual murder that we were in court for. The murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Judge, please. Judge, please. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. This, impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Look, these boys aren't satisfied only solving one murder in a trial anymore. No, they've got to solve like 20! There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Well, it's gonna be his ID, right? Because we know that he's 7777777. We know that's him. So it's gotta be him. Right? It must be him. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. By themselves, they seem to clear a lot of the backlog this world's courts have. They're just good boys doing good work. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. So sleepy you can't wait to be home? Slap yourself awake a little bit, Punky. You gotta keep up. Order, order, Chief Gant. What do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gantz, you admit it. You walked around the office, good. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Please don't pee anywhere you go. You have this huge office to yourself? Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gantz. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gantz met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gantz on the day of the crime. Is it the shoe? Oh, wait! None of this would fly in any court. True. It says there that he can only submit this to the Chief of Police, so he must have gone to the Chief of Police, right? I feel this shouldn't fly in this fucking court. I don't know why it's flying in this court, you know? Detective Goodman lost his ID card of the day of the crime. But to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gantz. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly, but wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might... I'm probably right. Sorry, but that's not possible. To be fair, there might be some courts. I'm not going to rule out that some courts might be like that. I won't say what countries I think they're in, because I'm not that kind of person to start up a war on that kind of thing. But there might be some. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god, look at that! That was one hell of a reaction. Chief Gantz, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the Chief of Police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved? Thank you. Chief have moved the body. Wait a minute, I just gotta get my plate down. Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Well, it's a screwdriver, right? Because Edgeworth wasn't planning on going back to, back to his office. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I knew it was him from the moment I saw him. Wow, wow, I did too, apparently. Ward remembers that I did too. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Sorry, I've got pasta to eat now. At the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan on returning to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Langley's Sky. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took of the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember, what I told you earlier, a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had land to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? Oh, I have no proof yet. That's different from just I have no proof. That means we might be able to find proof. Do we have anything, though? Also stuffed my face full of, pasta. Sorry, I'm eating. Hey Leo, how's it going? Alright, give me a second. I'm eating pasta, guys. With friends? Nice. I hope you're having a good time for friends. Why are you here if you're a friend? Because they fell asleep. Do you mean it's your best friend? Is it that nerd? But I had to come in. Yeah, look, let me get a bit. Wow. It might not look nice. It is a tuna sweet corn pasta. It's really nice. You can watch me eat if you want. I mean, it's super simple to make, but my mum makes it really nice. You hell on your sweet corn. It's the one vegetable everyone knows I'll definitely fucking eat. How's your mech going? Well, have you built any of that yet today? Is sweet corn not like a, super popular thing out in America then? Just frozen corn. It depends. You didn't have the office to yourself? Have you made friends with them? Did you introduce yourself and was like, I'm Stephanie, nice to meet you. I'm the most wonderful person you'll meet. I like corn on the cob. I like corn of all kinds. But sweet corn is easier to stick in the freezer and just use in anything. Like, if I could have corn on the cob every day, I would. But, like, sweet corn is so versatile. Because you can stick it in noodles, in rice, in pasta. That's all I eat with my life. But not like that, you should have. I guess. I don't know. Frozen sweet corn is just popular in the UK. Corn on the cob is as well, but Nice, Punky. There's so much pasta, guys. I'm never gonna eat it all. So do you guys not have, like, tuna and sweet corn pasta? Because that's like, if you go for a meal deal and you go for a pasta and stuff, like a cold pasta, it's always tuna and sweet corn. And tuna and sweet corn sandwiches, is that very popular? It's always interesting hearing this. What about Croatia? Leo, how popular is sweet corn in Croatia? Is this just a British thing? One of those like gross foods? You used to go for a spicy tomato, which I don't like tomato, obviously. I tend to go just for the plain chicken stuff. You know me, I fucking love chicken. But I don't like spicy and I don't like tomato, so... Chicken and bacon is my go-to. Not really? Huh. What was it the other day? Christmas dinners! So... Max Verstappen. I'm gonna take that off. I don't need to listen to the music at the minute. We're kind of on a BRB right now when I eat. And then I'm gonna do my stretches and stuff. Max Verstappen was introduced to a British Christmas dinner. Now, I didn't realise just how different dinners were all over the world. Because, you know, you just kind of think about your dinner being the dinner that people do. He hated it. He hated the look of sausages wrapped in bacon. Alright? He didn't like the thought of sausages wrapped in bacon. How can you not like sausages wrapped in bacon? Like, how? And it turns out that, like, a roast dinner, for, like, the way we do it, it's just an English thing. And I was like, the rest of the world should have a roast dinner. You all should have a roast dinner. But then people were very uninformed because they were like, yes, everyone has turkey for Christmas dinner. And I was like, no, they don't. And like, I have gammon usually. My mum loves gammon. Or a 4-bird roast. You know, when you've got like your turkey and then it's stuffed with like 5 other birds. I said 4-bird roast and then said 5 other birds. Who what now? What, a 5-bird roast? Gammon? Yeah, gammon. I'm saying it right, aren't I? Gammon. It's ham, isn't it? Gammon. Yeah, well, it's pork. It's a hind leg of a pork. Boom. That. Very thick kind of ham. Yeah. Have you ever heard of that word? Oh, it's really nice. We either have the 4/5 bird roast, because you can get both, I think. We either have that, or we have gammon, because we really like gammon. Me and my mum. We don't really have turkey or anything like that. We sometimes just have, like, a pork roast. This year we're having a salmon Wellington. So like a bit of salmon wrapped in pastry. And then we're gonna have the proper roast the next day. But I wanted to try something different. But who doesn't want some stuffing balls with pigs in blankets, which in England, I know they're different everywhere in the world, but in England a pig in blanket is sausages wrapped in bacon, gravy and Yorkshire puddings. And roast potatoes. He had a thing about roast potatoes. I was there like... British are weird. We have lovely food. But the Danish, apparently, they have like a hot plate, and everyone has like a little a little pot that they make their own food in for Christmas. That's like the more traditional Dutch thing, but they don't really have a Christmas dinner tradition, which is really interesting to find out. And that's also when I found out that Dutch words literally look like gibberish. They literally just look like gibberish. I've eaten. Let's do these stretches out of the way. I'm gonna shuffle until I get my favorite. Don't you worry, guys. We're doing the same. We're doing the same stretch that we've been doing all day. My favorite one. Because it stretches out so much more than just my arms. My whole back feels so much better after doing this. What do you have for Christmas dinner, Dogma? What is your go-to Christmas dinner if you don't have a roast? Riggs! Hey! Oh, you gotta get to work. Don't answer my question about Christmas dinners then. Go to work. You see, I don't like Mexican food, Punky, so I wouldn't eat Mexican food. You did it with me? Nice. The second one is basically if you stretch your arms out to the side and then rotate your wrists. It's called a Venus flytrap. Oof. They're both really good for like your shoulder area. My mother was Muslim, so I didn't get to celebrate much. Fair, fair. The rest of my bloody quick one. I'm running out. Running out. They never did a big dinner? I guess it's also just like more a thing in the UK as well, because like our roast dinner, we also have them on Sundays as well. Like a Sunday roast. That wasn't a stretch. What, the second one? This one? It's not technically a stretch. I do the yoga because it's like just... It's easier to do it for me. And it actually is what I really need to do. They do kind of stretch me out, but they help a lot. What was I saying? Yeah, so we have Sunday roast dinners, which is the same as our Christmas dinner, just usually with less expensive meats. So you don't get like an expensive meat every Sunday. Putting food in... Oh, wow. Me putting food in my mouth. That is a bit of a stretch for me. But, what was I saying? You don't have, like, the expensive ones. You have, like, a bit of pork. Or, you know, some chicken. Or something like that. But we have a Sunday roast every Sunday. Wood probably knows it better. But I vaguely remember being told it was because, like, it was the day no one used to work. and it was the day families got together. So, because everyone went to church and stuff, so everyone was home. So you'd have one big meal as a family every week, and that would be definitely it on the Sunday. You'd normally do lamb. Fucking love lamb. My mum doesn't like lamb, sadly. I think I might be wrong, but I vaguely remember that being why British people have Sunday roasts and stuff, which apparently isn't. Well, I mean, the reason we do it isn't the same. Maybe it is the same, but apparently Spanish people, like from actual Spain, not South America like Akbar thinks Spain is, actual Spain in mainland Europe, that country everyone forgets, apparently it's really, really, like traditional for them to have a family thing on a Sunday. Because I was listening to Carlos Sainz talk about it. And I can remember him saying, oh, it's just a very Spanish thing. And I was like, no, it's not. Like, we do that in England. I think it's just a very, maybe from very religious countries or something. Like, obviously, whilst England have a Spanish America, exactly. Just like Hawk thought Portugal was in South America as well. I will never let him you know, he might have admitted to his mistake right away, but I will never let him live it down. Now I've seen two people make the mistake, I get it. It's because they speak Spanish and Portuguese in Southern America, so they just kind of think, oh, Southern America, instead of the countries that kind of, you know, invaded and made them speak that language. Those countries don't exist, apparently. Apparently to Americans. Mum went back. How did that work out then, Dogma, if you don't mind me asking? Like, I know religious people can work together, like, you can be friends and be in a relationship with whoever you want, but, like, if you... How did that work with, like, how you grew up and stuff? Because that's two very different religions. They divorced when I was 6, it didn't work out. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I'm sorry to hear that. Lamb is nice. Punky, when you come to England to see me, I will cook you lamb. I cook lamb so nice. I genuinely cook lamb so well. You come here, I will give you lamb. I'll give you, what is it, lamb kofka? Is that what it's called? Like the, kebab lamb. Me. I can't remember what it's called. I couldn't even remember what a kebab was for a second. I was going to say waffle and was like, I'm not thinking of waffles, Anna. We're not going to say waffle. I'm already dumb enough. We're not saying waffle. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Humph. Trilogy? This is awkward to work through. Fair, fair. And then make some pudding, exactly. Same basic roots. Yeah, but like... The holidays is what I was kind of thinking. The holidays, they do them... I mean, no. The more I look at Druidism, the more like... Is it Hanukkah? Hanukkah? However you pronounce it, that's what they celebrate, isn't it? I apologize if I offend anyone with me being an idiot, but, you know what I'm trying to say. I just don't know how to say it half the time. But it's very similar to Christmas in its own way. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Objection!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honour of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honour? Have you forgotten? Defense is the one calling witnesses today. It's me! Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes, Lana. Should not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honour, the defense calls forth. Well, that's obvious. Take that. Why I got a lot of lectures for trying to be informed, so I didn't ask why anymore and found answers for myself. That's fair. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky, she was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 PM on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honour. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. He just threatened someone in front of a judge! Why is his position higher than a judge's in this world? The judge is the one that's meant to be in charge here, not him! Why is he allowed to threaten someone? Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief has something... He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ha ha ha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Warted. I don't care if I get a spoiler. Does he come to work for us? Tell me he comes to work for me. I don't want to press the button because I don't want to stop this from being true for me for this second. Is he going to be my friend? Do I get to keep him? Or is he talking to Edgeworth? He might be talking to Edgeworth. I just realized he might not even be talking to me. I want him though. Rick James of the police. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya. Still, looks like all out of sort moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he was the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? So even though the judge is stupid, he's informed in some ways. I keep saying it. The judge has never been the same since he got firm in the second case. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she becomes so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant might be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Nana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Wait till he sees balloons? Oh my. Oh my. February 25th, 2:21 PM, District Court, Courtroom Number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. It's been bugging me. But she must be able to read minds or something. She answers us all the time when we're thinking. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. The thing about it, Miss Skye, you didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want the incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. You wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside of the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. She's never strong enough to stab a man through with a broken knife. But can grill the shit out of the person you're framing until they break, Mr. Chief of Police. Yeah. Like, I would not like to live in this universe. I'm not gonna lie. The justice system here is very scary, you know? Wait, she said she moved the body. Did she just say? But she just said she didn't move the body. Wait. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. Where the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body... The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. I wasn't even thinking that. I was just going with the whole... Because the guy said... Well, I mean, the guy said that if the evidence was found later, it didn't matter. Alright, maybe I was going the wrong way, but I got to the right way somehow, you know? Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. You're on it. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was a real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. What? Wow! I'd like to report a murder in the courtroom? The judge just killed us? Get him on stand now, please! But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? You bold fuck. Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. More contradictions surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in his testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Right, no, go back. But who would adjudicate? Let's get Grandad in. Grandad can be the judge. Grandad can be the judge. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble. Wait, I've already done that. Alright. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces around them to ground all the pieces around them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. Joseg, how's it going? It's your first time. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me... If you aren't following them, I believe you're on the path to affiliate, aren't you? You're trying to get to affiliate at the minute. Was that you or was that someone else? Either way, everyone should go and follow. I haven't been able to go and watch their stream yet because I don't know if they've streamed in the day that I've been following them, but also I feel like they might stream when I'm asleep. But you're at 27 followers. Nice. Anyone who wants a cool new friend to hang with, go give them a follow. I hope you're having a good day, Josie. You've come in at the end, at the nail-biting finale of Ace Attorney. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. You didn't, though. Wait. You didn't. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In a chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. You're having an excellent day? Nice! I had a tough morning, but it's got better. What is going on? Wait a minute. I accidentally pressed the button on my keyboard and now I'm like halfway up the bloody chat. I'm happy you're having a good day though. I'm happy you're having a good day. He tries to figure out the difference between potatoes and onions in his spare time. What is going on? Wait, no, get... That's better. But couldn't a defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. They may be well, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? I'm sad that it automatically went to the objection there. I wanted to sit on that page for a little bit and think. And think on that statement. I wanted us to just look at it. Look at it together. I wanted us to together. It goes really well with the judge's laugh, considering he looks like he tries to figure out the difference between potatoes and onions in his spare time. Together. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that? There's no way a name would have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying the person was Chief Gant. At the time he was looking for that dark downstairs. Oh my god, don't object! We'll get to another freeze frame. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Who are we questioning? Who are we fucking sat here questioning? Oh, by the way, guys. I have a Galaxy bar. Be jealous. Galaxy is amazing. Everyone be jealous. My depression go-to when I'm having a bad day. Get a bar of Galaxy. Well, get someone else to get me a bar of Galaxy. No! No! Wait. I'm not the one in trial here. Damon Judge. The face cam? It's been off because on Tuesday I hurt like my shoulder blades by like bunching up like this. So I've kind of been going like this a lot. Which isn't an attractive look on cam. Not that I'm doing any better now. I have been putting my pillow behind me though. Still, I go like this. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. I just love that statement, Dogman. That statement is great. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. You gonna save it just for me? Thank you. I just stuffed my face full of food. I was like saying something. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dar, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet. But no, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client. That's the point! LP, opening statement every time I enter the chat. Good. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked us to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it, but if it really wasn't fabrication, Emma might be innocent. I nearly choked on spit whilst I was about to say something. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on an armor sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. So is this like a lawyer game? Yeah, so you play with Phoenix Wright, the one with the spiky hair. And you're basically a lawyer slash detective. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Yeah, this is us. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Not my badge. For me, it reminds me of Danganronpa. It does remind me of Danganronpa. This came way before Danganronpa, though. Aha! Hey, there's a picture here. I still like Danganronpa more, but that's because it's a bit darker. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Gasp! Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? I like Dark Anime, it's good. Oh, Danganronpa is so good, but very long, a very, very long game. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? This is a really fun game. Danganronpa. Yeah, my emotes are definitely not Danganronpa inspired at all. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled and... Grandad's back. Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gang. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you've forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh, try it. They're old games, so they come out originally on the DS, but you can get them on Steam and stuff, and they are so fun. They're so funny, and if you like really witty humor, you will really love these. You're interrupting the court. Kick him out. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows you really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Well, I feel like the game's telling me to say no. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. See you later, Joseph. I hope you have a good day. We will see you later, buddy. And good luck with being affiliate with getting to affiliate. I'm sure you will get there soon. Soon. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gan, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gan? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. I should have just called that instead of soon. I should have just called it Shin and have it be the Shin emote. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area. It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Anna. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. Cream scene. Why would you keep that in a safe? I mean, the question is why he would have kept it in the safe at all. He's had enough time to, like, destroy this evidence. I guess it's blackmail. You've got to keep whatever it is you're using for blackmail. I mean, that does make sense. You don't just get rid of whatever you've got for blackmail. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. That makes all of our form accusations right? Probably. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those 2 items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho, ho, ho. He's not Father Christmas though, guys. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admitted to it then, Chief Dan, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Do I show it now? They know I've got it, Your Honor. I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Alright. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged, it must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? And Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. We predicted something? Wait, why is this game telling me I predicted something? I never predicted fuck all. I mean, I did predict things, but not about the cloth. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster. Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial wasn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offence. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Who is that real killer? And Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Oh, wait a minute, wait. It's this, look, if you look here, this has been cut out, right? But look, the blood is all over here. If that hadn't been cut out, the blood would have splattered on his clothes, on his, chest. There's no blood on the piece of cloth we've got. And all the blood is there. Our piece of cloth is completely and utterly free of blood. But there is literally blood everywhere. So it's got to be this, right? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. Oh god, there's one strand of hair. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes? His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Ugh! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the arm of swords? And to make it look like everyone was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? For the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. I like that. I love that. It's finally all over. Oh! He's not looking confident anymore. Heh. Heh heh. Ho 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 ho. That was close, right? You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier, Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, I didn't say I didn't, I just said I couldn't do it then. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho 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 ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. While Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? Yes, plans. Yeah, Phoenix, maybe tell the person in your head what your plan is, because I don't know what your fucking plan is, mate. He shouldn't even be talking. He shouldn't be talking, full stop. No, like, the judge needs to take some order here. There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Well, it's going to be this book, right? This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence wall. Watch this. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence rule. Rule number 1, no evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when this... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. So does he refute his right to testify? He used the priest. He did. The person who Phoenix Wright can be very smart at times. Not when I'm using him, apparently. It's only when, you know, he's off on his own thing that he's apparently really smart. Any other time, you know, I'm in charge, obviously. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Ho 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 ho. I can't keep up with that. He's gonna batter himself to death, apparently. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. You wanted to reinvestigate the case. You recruited Angel Starr and convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. I like he's angry about that and not the fact he tried to frame him. Well, not frame him, but he could have been framed. That leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. She took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. You were. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gann. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of new beginning. See, he likes us! He likes us, guys! There are two things I want you to understand, yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gann betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gann help me forge evidence up until today. Potato head ass judge. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried depression might break you, and And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Right to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. So stop it. I only did my job. Oh! I know the kind of person that Edgeworth is. You know, Edgeworth is the kind of person that you say, you did a good job, and he goes, fuck you. No, I didn't. I'm awful. I'm an awful human being. I know someone just like that. There is someone I know who's just like that. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty! Woo! Thank you. That is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 PM, District Court, Defendant of Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Hey, Prof! How's it going? How's it going, buddy? You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around the wrong duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. Oh, I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. I had an amazing spag bowl. Nice! I'm doing alright. My shoulder's hurting a little bit. I had a nice tuna and sweet corn pasta. Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. But I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Objection, I'll have that bit. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Wasn't Felix on trial for murder before? Yes. In the first case? The first or second case? No, the second or third case, because the first case was Larry. Sis. The second case, that's it. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh, that's cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. His face! Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pub quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What? Isn't the picture in the back? That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. I'm smart. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Does Edgeworth become Chief Prosecutor? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I love his hair. I better be going too. Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. That is a tingle butt. That is a tingle butt. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright, here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. We did the thing! I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Ooh. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Aww, she just wants to work with her sister. Edgeworth, you're not a clown, you're the entire class. How's it going, Epic Sack Sky? I can say names. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Aww. Either by Michael Button? Nice! Alright, see you in a bit, Dogma. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir! Then I can just be like Dick Gumshoe. Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess it's harder to do in a Steam version. The blue fucking demon. The dance isn't so bad, it's the fucking song. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? We gotta look after the cactus, guys. We have to look after the cactus. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Fair. Cactus, please. I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Does the judge stay? Tell me the judge stays. Tell us we never lose the judge. Hey! Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. So sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. So I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. I'll see you around, Nick. What future information do I want? I don't want any. Ignore me. You know me. I'll say these things, but I don't really want to know. One day I'll just cry. Exactly. Look, listen. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? There's one way to know. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, look at that picture! That's so cute! That is the most adorable picture! I love it! That is so cute. We did it! We did the thing! We did the thing! So we're on to Justice for All now. Only an hour and a half left to go. Nice. Right. How long is the first trial of this? Do they go back to being short and then get longer again? Don't pay attention to me, you just want company. We'll keep you company.